Hello, 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 hello. So today we'll be continuing the hunt for Mount Anakila and Galarian Darumaka. We continue those indeed. Let's see how many we can get done today. Hopefully a good amount indeed. Let's get both of them today. Both games would be finding something that would be kind of insane. Say that today is one of those days that it would be quite funny to be finding shinies, because be finding a shiny in this specific day doesn't come too often, since you know it's a leap year. So, yeah. That would be kind of cool. Be kind of cool indeed. Jeez. A lot of coughing today. Hoping that I'm not coming up with anything. Hopefully. I don't think that I should be, but then again, you never really know now, do you? We'll be soon getting started. Soon indeed. A little while longer than the ad break is over, so soon be getting there to the spot indeed. Hopefully there is not too many sneasels there ruining my day. Hopefully. See, I'm gonna also double check one thing that you still should be there, right? Yeah. Beep. That's... Oh, you're boosted then. Be encountering you as well. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother since you do be boosted. Of course, you gotta try those. Out of there, please. There we go. Now we do be there. On the right spot indeed. It's been more or less a week and a half since I've done these hunts the last. As I said, I wanted to be taking a little bit of a break. And plus I had things planned for last week anyways that I wanted to be doing. So, there that goes. Always great to be doing back these hunts though. Always indeed. Today is most likely one of the last days that the wintry background is on though. The end of February, and probably will be going back to the usual one. I might, do some changes to them at some point. But when I do that, It's not going to be that hard, thankfully. We shall see. But yeah, hopefully everyone's having a good day today. Having an okay-ish day myself. As I said, I don't know why, but it feels, or I guess it more sounds like I would be coming out with something, and I really hope that I'm not. But, if I am, then, you gotta rest then. Gotta rest then, indeed. But yeah. Yesterday went well though. I wasn't feeling too well, and it was anyways probably the day that I would be having off anyways. It's just mostly chilling and resting. I don't know why, but yesterday like my stomach was absolutely hurting. More than usual even. So like, I don't know what's going on there. It seems to be fine now, thankfully. But yeah, let's see how the day goes though. Do we get something? Or not though? And of course, as usual, if I will be feeling absolutely terrible, then I'll be ending, you know, sooner. Because health do be important. But yeah, we shall see, we shall see. I was thinking that most likely tomorrow this as well. Maybe. Let's see how things go. Hello! Arthur, how are you doing? I think that I'm gonna be going that I'll be doing the way that every single sub that I get, I'll be doing another transpars. Technically, I'm still behind. But also the thing is that if I will be doing a transpars hunt on one day, I probably will be doing it the entire day anyways. No. What's the two segmented one? Yeah. Oh yeah, do I have that dude on the team or not? Yeah. I mean, it's a 1 in 100 chance that the evolution will be the 3-segmented one. Oh, hello, Stone Churner, showing up already. I don't think that I have seen Snomi even. Jeez. Nice. Say then find it immediately. Nice. Yeah. What yeah, about what you said? Yeah, Coparacha is a pain, in my opinion as well. It's so sad that the shiny is not good. Do you find this nice, shiny-wise? But the Kobaracha is... eh. But you did get the Chu, Hishui, and Walters at least, so that's nice. Yeah, understandable. I mean, I will say that they are not the worst to be getting in that game because the shiny odds can be getting quite high, but understandable. You mean about the Legends game? Yeah. I mean, I will say that much that there isn't really that much that you will be finding out about Age from the trailer itself. It's a cool one nonetheless. It's Legend CA or Z, the little thing, and A. It's Gen 6 Kalos games. That is based on. I will say that much that since I haven't played them, so I didn't get the little hints like straight away from the thing. Like the trailer, like if you know Kalos, you will be able to notice it, but I haven't played them. But yeah, a bunch of people are saying that they are expecting that there is going to be Gen 5 remake still in like November or so. Because PDSP remakes, or PDSP as remakes did come out. And then like few months later Legends Arceus was a thing. But I don't know, I kind of doubt it. Like it's not like it's guaranteed that it's gonna be working that way, you know? It could. But it's not like they're gonna be doing the same thing every time. Or the same way, I guess. And if we would be getting Gen 5 remakes, it would be like anyways quite a bit different because one is from Gen 5, one is from Gen 6. It's not like PDSP and Legends Arceus being in the same region. So they make sense that they are introduced at the same time, in quotes. I don't wish I'll see. Yeah, apparently there is a little bit more detail, like in the Nintendo's website or somewhere else, that it's gonna be spring next year, so... May, April, March range. And yeah, I wouldn't mind if they would be taking breaks. And I still will say that, even though I've said it plenty of times, that remakes usually happen every other generation. usually. So technically I'm thinking that still the next remakes are gonna be next generation myself because of that. Because I wouldn't mind if they would be doing like Legends every other generation and a remake every other generation, you know? I would be fine with that. I don't think that we really need like 3 games per generation. But it's just me. No, I'm thinking that I'd like maybe like Legends game, new gen, remake, new gen, and then Legends game again. So on and so forth. I would be like, that would be the thing that I would probably like the most. Because I have always the problem if there's gonna be like too many new games coming in at once. Because I still think it's so stupid that we did have in a year 3 new Pokemon games. Because PTSD, then Legends Arceus, and then Scarlet and Violet. No, I mean it could be that, but I just don't like if they don't spend too much time on the games. Even though it's the thing that it's not like everything is made with the actual Pokemon company. Some are gonna be like, you know, other places are gonna be doing them. That's just the thing. And I guess it also really depends on how many DLCs is gonna be the new gen gonna be getting. Because you know that also like affects like how long the generation is gonna be going on. Because if like all the DLC stuff comes in 1 year, then definitely there's gonna be a new Switch at some point. I just don't really know what is going to be like the launch title for the new Switch console or whatever it's gonna be called. Because I'm kind of doubting that Zelda would be. Because, you know, too early, in quotes. Pokemon, it's very rarely, so Mario would be probably the next best thing indeed. It could technically be Pokemon, and Zelda, but I just think that Zelda is, in my opinion, quite unlikely because if it's gonna be, like a remake or reimagination one. Didn't ELS 3D? Yeah. Are you ready for Super Mario Maker 3 then? Or whatever it's called. Neither have I. Yeah, I will say though, I don't know why, even though platformers themselves don't... I don't mind platformers themselves, but I don't know, Mario for some reason is one of those platformer games that I'm not into. Like at all. I like more of like, you know, the 3D ones. Like, they are not bad, but not my thing. I will say though, sometimes I don't understand what are... like, why isn't there like more like things that are checked out when there is... you know, the Mario Maker levels? Because some of them definitely look interesting. And also one unfortunate thing about Mario Maker as well, that is always gonna be a thing that whenever they do decide to like shut the servers down, the game kind of dies. Which is sad. Yeah. It do be. But it is kind of sad though. There is, I guess, at least in the Switch one, aka the second one, there's at least like some sort of a story. So I guess you could do that, you know? But when they eventually will be deciding that they are not gonna be having servers for the game, then you know, it's kind of sad. It's a cool idea, I will say that much, but... but there is always a problem. It's honestly one of those games that I don't mind watching every once in a while, but again, I don't want to be really playing it. Cool to be watching. And also, like, one thing that I have always seen with, like, at least I have seen myself to be that way, that the Mario makers... they have always kind of died after, like, year. Like, surely they are still played, but, like... you know, most people don't play it for more than, like, a couple of months. Are you hunting anything yourself right now? Or we are gonna be taking a break from hunting because yesterday. Nice. Eating do way good. Are you gonna be doing the special raid dance? Because I will say still that those are one of the things that I'm personally not like at all caring about. Oh yay, I can get a cool mark. Then that's it. There is the Kancho starters. Or the fully evolved ones. One at a time though. So yeah, like said during the Pokemon Day. Venusaur, Blastoise, and then at some point Charizard again. Yeah, fair enough. I'm not going to be doing any of them. That is how much I care. Because I don't know, especially like the only cool thing that you could be doing is to be catching it in a special Pokeball and then, you know, have a shiny one in a cool Pokeball. But, you know, since they are available in the wild, it's not really a thing that you need to be doing. Apart from if you want to be having the special mark on it. There is two reasons why I can be bothering them with them, and it's that I don't have a good team, and the second thing is that I can't be bothering with random people. I don't have like a good enough team, but I don't care, as I said. Yeah. Because the way that I personally see Scarlet and Violet raids is that you kind of need to be having like the team yourself. It's very hard to be like trying to be going with random ones because there is the thing of the time limit. Because like if you're talking to them, you can just say that, hey, please attack already. If they forget. And I doubt that they have fixed the issue with the timer anyways, because it's sometimes it's just randomly, it seems like it's just gonna be going down. Like there is no reason, it just goes down. Cool. Because still, I will say about the special raids, the only things that I have done are the paradox ones and the paradox legendary specifically, and then the gimme goal. Only things that I have ever cared about. Paradox because it's, you know, cool to be getting them, and gimme goal because shiny. And yeah, always remember though, you can still technically hunt a gimme goal if you would like to, if you haven't updated your game. Because, you know, if you're not connected to the internet, they're not gonna be gone. And I still see quite a good amount of people hunting for it. Oh no, fair enough, it's not the easiest thing to do. Because, like, one of the weirdest things is that, if, for example, you have the Nintendo Online and, you know, the Nintendo Online runs out, that, if you have, like, a thing, if you have the thing for them, if you have like a special outbreaks or something like that going on and you can't update the game because, you know, you don't have online, you're gonna be stuck with those forever. Because that has happened to people. What gen exclusives are you talking about? Yeah, fair enough. I will say though that the Kitakami is thing that you get from it's kind of disappointing. And depending on how you play, it's quite useless. But the blueberry one is cool. I will say at least you get something useful from completing both of the DLC dexes, though. Unlike in this game. One is okay, the other one is... why? In Scarlet of Valley you actually get something good, you get like... I don't remember, it's the like glittering charm or whatever it is that... You get more of those shards on Kitakami, which it depends on what you do with your game. Is it too useful? Because personally I don't find it too useful. And the other one is, the blueberry one is Mark Charm, which is, you know, cool. Yeah, it really depends on what you do though, like... But at least I will say that you get something. Because, like... In Sword and Shield what you get is... You get... First you get a Mark Charm from the Isle of Armor. And the next thing that you do be completing from the... a thing called the... thing. The Crown Tundra one, I'm pretty sure it's just like candy. You know, super duper useful. Yeah, you know, I needed these CXP candies that my Pokemons are all level 100. Thanks. But it is kind of disappointing though from completing the Pokédex. After completing like 2 other things before that. If you ask me. So, you know, what would have been kinda cool to be getting like something like a watch charm that you get more watts. Because, oh boy, isn't getting those a pain. Like, surely you don't need them from that many things, but... why not, though? There's a few things that it definitely would be helping, especially me out, and it's like... getting the fossils... like, getting a bunch of those things. So, you know, gonna be doing the fossil hunt. But yeah... they're quite useful, so it would be nice if there would be a way to be getting them easier. I'll actually check how many I have. I think I have a decent amount on this file. That's a decent amount. I have low on money anyways, because I've been buying Pokeballs. I have a decent amount. It's just this, like, you know, one of those annoying things that if you, like, really need to be going for them or something, it's annoying to be getting punched. But at least there is an easy way to be getting a bunch of them in one day, if you would really like to. Even without like day skipping and everything. You can just battle everything and then they reset. Nice. Yeah. it do be nice. Understandable. Haven't got one of those, and I don't think that I'm going to. Exactly. Completely understandable. Yeah. I will say though that in general, even if you're not trying to be making money in Scarlet and Violet, it's quite easy to, in quotes, accidentally do it. Because there's so many things on the ground that are quite valuable. You can just sell them. Which is always nice though. Like, I would like to say that if I would be selling all of my, like, water stones and whatnots, I would be getting quite a good amount of money from that, because what do I do with, like, if I would be having, like, 50 water stones? Yeah, it is very expensive if you want to be doing that. It's completely understandable. It's always such an insane thing to be seeing that, you know, quite a good amount of people have 99 of each Pokeball. Or 999 of each Pokeball. I kind of understand it, but at the same time, why? Because the thing is that, of course, like, you never ever need to be getting Pokeballs again. Because you have, like, so many of everything. But at the same time, when are you gonna be using all of them? Because when are you ever gonna be using all of them? Because I think that sometimes, like, having like 200 of Pokeballs is too much. I'm never gonna be out of them. Only exception is Dynamax Adventures though, but then again you get a free Pokeball if you get one anyways. So, you know, it doesn't matter. So, it's just insane. I will say that I do be preferring to be having, like, at least close to 100 of each Pokeball, but if I don't have the money for it, then, you know, I'm fine with a fewer amount. But yeah, I do be loving though that money grinding or EXP grinding, EV training, IV training, whatever my things. Then like, you know, ever, I guess, oh boy, is it annoying sometimes. Even though like I don't EV train my Pokemons, but if I would like to, at least it's like easy. Lovely. Yeah, I guess. I think one of the only things that I don't have like more than one of is the Master Ball. And some of the like special Pokeballs that if you don't use the machine on Isle of Armor, those. But like everything else that you know you can actually buy, I have a ridiculous amount of them. I'm pretty sure I have like 200 quick balls. I don't know whenever I will be using them, but I have them. I know one thing that I probably will be using them for that I have been talking about is the fossils. So that I'll try to have only, like, if I can give fossils as a held item to Pokemons, I'll just be giving those fossils to the Pokemons that I don't want to be reviving. So I can just revive, you know, the one fossil. That's like my idea what I'll be doing with them. Oh, thank you for the follow. I'm doing quite fine today. How are you doing? Oh. The biggest is quite a nice one. Not the easiest one to see though. It stands out, but it's not the easiest one. Also, Chepik isn't that bad if you don't have an outbreak though. It's kind of only the only fire type in the areas that it appears in. And I'm pretty sure it's the same thing with Liden as well. Which is quite funny that both of them are like kind of the only thing that you will find with the fire one. Yeah, I don't know if it's actually the case, but it definitely has... It definitely has it seems to be the case that some starters are more likely to be there than others. Some I kind of understand, like, let's say... let's say the dude, who is it? Totodile, for example, because the area that it normally appears in is ridiculously small anyways. So it makes sense that it would be a rare one indeed. But of course it's like kind of like going with like how much is it in the first place there. Mimikyu is an annoying one because it only appears in forests, right? And there is a lot of shadows. I know it's not the most helpful thing to say, but look for the cheeks. I guess if you're not sure if the cheeks are red, then I know it's a normal one. And Morbrego isn't bad shiny. It's harder to see for sure. In Scarlet and Violet, I would like to say, because the middle area is the easiest one to be seeing the difference in my opinion. But it's not that obvious. It's also like the letter part of it also changes. It's just not as obvious. You know what would be fun is the funny hunts. Looking for all the different colors of miniatures shiny. Same shiny, but the core is different somehow still. Which I find hilarious. Like, why couldn't it just be like the default one? No, there technically is for every single one of them there is a shiny form. It's so stupid. I'm gonna be having a break soon indeed. Oh! Shiny Q-Fan to be a lovely one. Nice, you don't need to be looking for Cooperacha. Not even in an outbreak. Nice. I'll be leaving it there for now. It do be. Getting anything in water in general. Why? It is pain. I mean, I will say that the ones that I don't mind as much water hunts is the ones that you can do, but it's a very shallow water. You know, that they're not actually underwater, they're just kind of there. Yeah, I have an ad break. Just did get a while to be getting started. Yeah, Zangoose is a nice shiny. I mean, you have a sub though. You shouldn't be getting the ads. Be continuing shortly. I will say one thing though, because Zangoose always reminds me of Young Goose, is that every single time that I have gotten a shiny Yangoose in Scarlet and Violet, I have never really like kind of seen that it's shiny. I just think that that looks weird. Because every single time that I have gotten a shiny Yangoose, it has been a sunset chime. So you know it looks already weird. But yeah, I did find Zangoose rival when I was first playing through the second part of the DLC. I was just chilling there. The first day for me, shiny-wise, still like no charm, no sandwich, no nothing. I was just, you know, walking about and seeing what the place has to offer was insane. Scarlet and Violet like be like, here is bunch of shinies you in 2 hours, and then nothing for 2 weeks. It's insane. Oh yeah, one thing that is always quite funny for me is that I mean, if the day doesn't roll over, it should be staying in, especially if you have saved after it. Yeah. But then you get 3 at the same time for funsies. You know, just because you can. Be insane luck. But it's funny because sometimes, you know, when I do be raiding people, then like few days later, I get a notification that, hey, you got a gifted sub to this channel, and I'm like, who is that? Then I'm like, oh, it's one of those that I raided. That I really haven't watched that much ever since. It's just like, huh? Like, if I think about it, I think that I have very rarely been getting like a gift sub to a channel that one I have like actually been watching it. I think there has been like few times. It's always like when I'm not watching it, I get it. I know that there is, like, some speculate that there is a reason for it, that you would be then watching the channel since you you did get it. It is kind of, yeah. Because then you kind of feel that you have to watch it, even though, you know, it's not like you spend money. But it's just, at the same time, it just feels like that you should be watching it. At least that is what it does for me. Because it kind of feels wrong for me because, you know, I'm not watching it like actively. You know, so I would wish it would be going for someone that actually watches. So they would be getting the nice benefits from it. But it's random, so what can you do? I mean, you can be picking specifically ones, but still. Oh yeah. I will say that, you know, since in some games there is like you need to be doing like daily things and there is like achievements or whatever things and you do it in X amount of days in a row. I never mind them for mobile games because I just think that it's quite easy to just, you know, pull it up. But when it's for like an actual game, it's kind of like because how many times am I gonna be remembering is a question. To be booting up the game. You could, but then again, you can always ignore the alarm. I don't think too many games do that, though. But it's just like, for me, it's easier to be, you know, pulling up the phone than, you know, your console. Especially if you are in the middle of nowhere. Because I have played Little to the Left, and it has like, for 30 days you need to be doing the daily every day. I would say the Pokemon Go thing isn't as bad. The daily catches isn't bad. The other two are a little bit of a problem sometimes. Because, you know, if you have a full... you have full inventory, you can't spin the stops. And if you have... if you have a terrible of the what are they called? The research things. They can be annoying to be trying to be getting daily. Yeah, there's 3 things. Catch Pokemon is definitely the easiest because, you know, you get a daily spawn. And there is no way that in the entire 24 hours, even if you would be checking very little of the game, that you wouldn't be getting a single spawn. I mean, if you really want to, yeah. I rarely myself be hitting even the 5-kilometer one myself. And I will say because the reason is because I don't go for walks that often. And the other thing is that car. But definitely when the weather gets better, we're probably gonna be going into some night walks again. Yeah. I will say that that's probably the one that people do be getting the most. Of course, it depends, of course, on the thing that do you use car or public transport or something like that a lot. Then you don't really be getting it, you know. But if you're walking a lot to places, then yes. I will say that I think only really the ones that do be hitting the 50-kilometer one is the ones that actually like do it for a living. Like surely there is some, you know, random ones, but I think mostly it's gonna be the ones that do it for a living. But it's always fun to be opening, you know, Pokemon Go as one does. And then there goes Adventure Sync. Like saying that you did go this and this much. And then you're like thinking, did I actually go anywhere or was there just GPS drift? Because that happens quite a good amount in here. Yeah, I don't get that much myself as well. And it's always so annoying, like, once you do be, like, defeating bunch of gyms and do be getting your Pokemon in there anyways. And then, like, everything that would be, like, getting 50 coins for you are defeated at the same time, so you only get 150 coins. It's annoying. It would be nice if they would be stacking for the next day and the next day, but you know, that just makes people, you know, play it more. But it is annoying. Because the usual thing is that whenever we're visiting my boyfriend's parents, I'll be putting Pokemon there because there's literally right next to it a gym, so either I'll add my Pokemon or I defeat it. Because there's only ever like maybe maximum 4 Pokemons there. Yeah. That's quite a thing that it actually happens on some of the gyms in here that are like close to the schools. And you know, they like make the thing that, hey, I'll defeat it before the school, so I'll be getting the coins, and you'll be defeating it after, so you'll be getting the coins after that, you know? But it's always annoying in Pokemon Go as well that... Yeah... Is it a temporary one, or is it like gonna be there forever? Also 7,000 coins seems a lot. Oh, yeah. That would make sense if it would be going out today, because like this month has been like the breeding month, I guess. There's been like the special task for hatching eggs. But it could be temporary, it could be forever there. Hello, Snoop. But yeah. Yeah, understandable. It's a quite a good amount of money. Yeah, it would be a bunch of eggs, indeed. You'll get around using all of them in like the next few years. Because it's not like you can use all of them at once, you can only use 12 at once. Always the thing that I struggle in Pokemon Go is that I never have enough healing items. Like, once I get like... or that I get everything like nice and healed, and then I have like ridiculous amount of extra. But yeah, slowly but surely be getting everyone healed. Oh. Snowburn. But I will also say that if I would be interested in Pokemon Go and hatching eggs, it's so annoying to be trying to get like sometimes like if you're looking for a specific eggs. It's so annoying to be trying to get them. Or like some things are, you know, ridiculously rare, like I don't know, Larvesta. That I thankfully did get one of. I didn't see the hatching because for whatever reason, you know, it didn't show it, but cool to be having one though. Because I think the only one that you can really target like getting eggs for is the 12-kilometer one. From defeating, you know, the Team Rocket dude. Or dudes. I think that's like the only one that you can like actually try to be getting. All the other ones are kind of RNG, do you get them? Because I will say that I personally like to be getting all the, like if I'm hatching eggs, I want all of them to be the same distance. Because I'd rather be having like one big hatching than, you know, be waiting a little bit before next ones. Snowrunner once again. How you doing? These are a little bit easier to be avoiding. Capuchu. Wait, one thing that I was quite happy about though in Pokemon Go recently is that I did manage to get all of the different party hat ones. I mean, I didn't get all the gender differences, but you know, I got all of them. And it's so weird to me, like, why do some of them evolve and some of them don't? Like, why couldn't it be the case that none of them evolve? It's just so interesting. I get it, you know, Bulbasaur doesn't evolve. Like, that makes sense. It just would be looking silly. But, like, why can I evolve my Squirtle and my Charmander? I like the idea that the ones that have the costumes that they can evolve, but make them make sense. Probably still the weirdest one for me that you can evolve is the Detective Pikachu. Considering that you can't evolve the Slowpoke. And you know, they both were for the Detective Pikachu 2. And it's not like the Pikachu evolves in that game. Spoiler. But yeah, I think the only ones that I was probably only missing was the Pikachu and the Eevee, though, from the party hat ones, because I'm pretty sure I got the Generation 1 starters when it was the anniversary for the game again. Because I will say that I haven't played each every year. There was quite a big gap. I wonder if they're gonna be doing this year again, those flower crowns. Because from what I have heard, they do it quite often, those flower crown ones. Would kind of like to be getting one. I don't remember exactly when it was, but I guess I can check out. I should be having them. I think it was April. I could be wrong though. That's why I'm double checking. Incoming. More new things on Pokemon Go. It's Ultra Beast incoming. Cool. I kind of knew that already. It's not like it has been told about. Let's see, then I know that I have one Happiny with that. It was indeed on April. The same way that people are over odds. Anyways. You just don't get anything. it will be happening like that. You're going over odds, it isn't that rare anyways. Going this much over odds with Mount Lanakila is. But overall, like going over odds, I don't think it's too out of the ordinary when shiny hunting. As I said plenty of times, you don't really realize it in Scarlet and Violet if you're not counting. Like, how close to you be getting to the odds? Oh yeah, there is also like, I don't know if they're like completely true, but things that I've heard of about the Legends ZA is that there is like a disclaimer that some like things from the trailer are going to be like in the game itself. And then I'm jokingly saying that it's gonna be the title, because why wouldn't it be? You know, the funny picture and everything. And apparently there is going to be that the game's name is gonna be said like once you like, you know, start a game, and you can like kind of choose that how is it gonna be pronounced, because the letter Z is said in so different ways. I don't know where mine comes from. I'm just using what I'm using. But yeah, apparently, I don't know how much is true, of course. I would say it's gonna be quite funny to see that what is going to be the in quotes playground rumor for this Legends game. I guess it's definitely going to be. Because why wouldn't there be? But as I said, I personally will be waiting until like a little bit more are gonna be coming out from the game. Because like as I said, the trailer doesn't really give us anything. Apart from, of course, the place that it's gonna be settled in. Gonna be interesting. For sure. You know what would be weird? To be having top view Pokemon game. Like the camera is actually like, you know, on top. It could be interesting, but there is of course the problems that if we have a top view of the game that it's quite easy to be losing like depth in the environment. Because if it's at least like a little bit tilted to one side, it's like you can like create depth a lot easier. Because I don't think that I have played too many games that are like the top view. Because there isn't too many of them anymore that are made. Especially ones that you can be like roaming in freely. Maybe if it's like you have a set path that you need to be going, then that's like it's more likely in those games. Mr. Mime. But yeah, I do be hoping the best of luck to anyone else that do be hunting indeed. You get whatever you're looking for. Or at least get something. Be quite nice indeed. It should be like in the next 40 minutes. It should be getting brighter in the ultra moon. We should be hitting the sunrise time soon there. Should be indeed. I will say one thing would be nice to be with more than just the Nintendo handheld things is that it would be easier to be switching either the day or the time. Because unlike all the ones that are at least somewhat handheld, it's easy. If there is like, you can't even be setting up time anyways. I guess it's kind of annoying, even though, you know, you don't really need it for anything. But if you, for some whatever reason, would like to be changing the time, it's so annoying to try to just change it. Because, you know, in some games, if you would like to, you can, you know, skip the timed events by going forward in time. Unfortunately, some of them are smart enough, so if you try to do that, it's gonna be locking you out. Because I don't remember what game I was playing, but I was playing one game that every, like, was it 4 or 6 hours in real life time, it would be getting new things that you can collect. And you can only hold on to, like, 3 at a time, I think. And, like, when I was first playing through the game, I didn't know that. So now I would need to be waiting. It's kind of annoying. I'm usually not the biggest fan of waiting on things that don't really serve a purpose as well, but I really want to be collecting them anyways. It's not like the things are the easiest to be finding in the first place. They're quite hidden. And then you need to be answering correctly to the question, and if you don't, then you need to be finding the card again. Fun. Like, I wouldn't mind if it would be like, let's say an hour of wait, but it's like several hours. Several hours indeed. Because, for example, I've never been bothered with honey trees in PDSP, for example, or Shino games in general, I guess, but PDSP is the one that I have been using. Because, you know, I know that I need to be waiting. It's not that bad. And it makes sense that they're not, you know, there immediately. One thing I will say that I would have kind of hoped for PDSP, that there would have been some sort of like a visual clue what the Pokemon that you're gonna be encountering is. Like, let's say that it's an Apom, there would be a tail hanging that you could see. Or if it's like a combi, there would be like extra honey there. You know, those things. Would have been quite cool indeed. Oh, nice. Hello, I haven't seen you in a while. Stone Journer, lovely to see you are still around here. You haven't, for whatever reason, gone off. It's quite nice. Thank you. We're gonna be having yet another ad break in about a minute or so. It's a great time to be getting something to drink, something to eat. Go for a little walk or something else. Take a break. One way or another. It's about 3 minutes. So it's plenty of time to be doing something. And as usual, I'll just be either sitting in a battle or sitting outside of a battle. I'll be doing encounters in that time. So you're not gonna be missing out on things. Go ahead and go here. See if maybe the Abominous Snow will be noticing me and giving me a jump scare. Always a possibility. I guess that could be the closest spot that I could be in. Seems like the Pavnos is not looking this way. Sad. Do we continuing soon? The break will be indeed over soonish. There we go. The Gaucho has said plenty of things. Yes, indeed. A bunch of cool stories, indeed. I kind of will be hoping one thing will be a thing again. Kind of again. That we'll be getting, you know, starters again. Because I know that most of them are available in the wild, but would still like the Galar ones to be there as well. And one cool thing, even though it doesn't make the most amount of sense, is that if there is like, you know, like special ones that could be evolving even though they are not in the region to the regional variants. I guess, you know, if you really want to be getting like, you know, let's say Typhlosion in a special Pokeball that is the Hisuian one, you need to be catching, you know, a Cyndaquil, that is a pain, in Scarlet and Violet, or Hatchet, it's another one. And then you know, to be getting it that way, and then, you know, bring it to that game and everything else. It's just this kind of a pain, you know. What if there would be, you know, a special ones every once in a while that could be evolving into the issue in once. In this case. But I guess they are too far into the past. I'm still kind of disappointed, but it's understandable that the Paldean starters aren't available in the wild. Would so love if they could be, though. Because it's better than eggs. Because you know what I'll be doing most of the April. Hatching eggs. To hopefully be getting the... I don't know, Fuecoco would be quite cool to be getting. Last year I was done with Quaxley line completely. Funnily enough, it was the starter that I did pick in the game. So it's interesting that it has happened twice. Because same thing happened in Legends Arceus that I have Oshawott completed. It's interesting. It's weird that it has happened twice. And if I can code though... Because I'm doing the random thing that I'm having both like Chikorita and Fuecoco, you know, in the picnic. So, you know, it could be either. Could be either indeed. Yes, I do be loving that. I should have it like easily available somewhere. Guess I might be slightly overwatched for Fuecoco. I'm doing Masuda no charm. It's the method that I'm doing. Because I'm 1,200. I've had 1,262 Fuegocos, and I have gotten none. To be fair though, I only did get one fire starter in general last month. Which usually is April, even though the actual event is for the full odds eggs instead. But I'll be doing it then anyways. I could technically start a little bit earlier for the Easter. I don't know. I don't know if I also want to be doing like the whole month, because like I don't mind it, but at the same time it's... I don't like it. Because it's kind of a pain. At least I will say one thing is nice, that you can use home to release them now. Because when I was doing it, you couldn't, and it was a pain. We're releasing them one by one. So at least we have indeed a home that we can use now. I think I technically only need one Sprigatito. I'm not counting the one that I did get for the badge west. Most likely because I want a female Sprigatito, because as I said plenty of times that I want to be getting as much cats as possible as female and shiny, so I can nickname them after my cat. Or our cat. And the two starters are gonna be pain. There's still a decent amount. I think I will keep going though, because I probably will be doing again like double egg hunting. Oh, Hermione I have from galore. 2 Crookies, 1 Scorbunny, 1 Sobble. So, you know, there's like few egg hunts that, you know, you have to be doing. But I don't think that I can do the hunt that I'm thinking that I could be doing in Sword and Shield. Because the Pokemon isn't available in those games. We shall see. Because I will say though that even if I would be getting like in Sword and Shield the Galar starters there, I could still, you know, hunt them in Scarlet and Violet anyways if I really want to. And I will say that the Galar starters aren't that bad to be hunting in that game. They are somewhat easy to be like isolating. The only one that you will really be struggling with is Crookie. The only really one that could be indeed is a Crookie. Is a little bit of a pain. I mean, Scorbunny has the problem that there is also Chimchar, but that's not as bad because Crookie has the problem that there's quite a good amount of other grass types nearby. Scorbunny has only the problem that there is also Chimchar indeed there. And for Sobble, I'm quite certain that there isn't too many other water types there. Oh, hello. I'm just thinking that like how many actually are like only egg hunts? Like absolutely only egg hunts. But I think only like apart from the Gen 9 starters, I think the only one that is like that is Fiona. Because I just can't remember anything else being only from eggs. I mean, it's surely like starters, always easy and nice to be doing in eggs. If you don't want to be doing Scarlet and Violet. Yeah, I don't know. One hunt that I do be still kind of want to be continuing, even though I probably will be doing the soft reset hunt for it as well, is be getting a pseudo Wudo from eggs. So from Gen 4, the original Soul Silver. I know I can do the soft reset hunt if I will be starting a new game and stuff along those lines, but the problem is that the only other game that I have started is the one that I'll be defeating with Chinese. And I will say that much that I have still one to be getting before I'll... One more shiny before I'll be going in that point. Because I'd rather be hunting them all as soon as possible. Maribi's the next one. And I will say still so much that if I don't get faced at least once in that, I'll be absolutely shocked. I mean, technically there is only 2 more hunts that I could face on, because one is an EV hunt, soft resets. The other one is the Dradini, again with soft resets. Because I'm probably gonna be doing the Dragon Den one, or whatever it's the place called. I would like to say Dragonspire Tower, but I absolutely know that's not the place. I'm pretty sure that's Dragon Den, or Dragon's Den. I know those both will be soft reset hunts indeed. I wanna double check, was it Bambi or was it the... Was it the Swine Up with this one? So I did create one for each starter. It's Fambi for this one, okay? I was Pylos one for Chikorita. Yeah. It's one for that. Even though Pylos one is an absolute pain to be getting. Because, you know, you need to be having ancient power and it's not the easiest thing to be acquiring. And still I will be doing the thing. I don't know if have I talked about it too much on stream, but... because, like, half of them are gonna be in Pokeballs because they are soft reset hunts. It's just, you know, they're gonna be in Pokeballs. You can't really be doing anything for that. But the other half I want to be catching is the Apricot Pokeballs. Because, you know, the specialty of that game or region, or it started from there. And they have sneaked their way into more modern games. Are a lot easier to be found. So for Marib it's gonna be Love Ball, and I think I decided for Dawn Fan that it was a fast fall. Or Fampi. I'm pretty sure I caught the Hoot in the level ball. They aren't the perfect match, you know, but I do be close enough. Yeah, Hoot was very easy to be captured, you know, one of those, because if you're just, you know, higher level than them, it's gonna be an easier catch rate wise. And that's quite nice. It's not like you need to be like ridiculously higher level compared to them. I mean, it helps. But you don't have to. And that's lovely. I will say one thing that is a pain to be getting the ridiculous amount of apricorns for them. Because the usual that I'll do for getting them is that I'll collect them for like a few days, and then I'll be making like 20 at a time. Guess why not? Because of course you can be doing more than one kind at a time, and you know, might as well be giving as much as possible. Might as well. I kind of want to again see how those levelable work. I know like about, but it's like when doesn't you know levels be mattering anymore? As you know, after some point they just don't really do anything. They really don't. You can't be selling levelables in the Switch games. Oh no. I always wanted to be selling them for 150 Pokédollars. Oh, interestingly enough, if you are using a level ball against an Ultra Beast, it's always set to something. It's interesting. It's a very low chance, of course, because, you know, Ultra Beasts. Oh, and apparently only like in the original games, like the Chenchu games, there was a bug that it was only affected by the level and not like if you would be lowering the HP and whatever. Also, fun fact, apparently that you can be holding a level ball in Heart Gold and Soul Silver, so you can't be trading it to the Shino games because it doesn't exist. Yeah, one time sketch trade if the Pokemon, if my Pokemon is less or equal to the level. So basically a normal Pokeball. Two times if my Pokemon is higher, but less than double. Four times if it's more than double, but less than four times. And 8 times is at least 4 times. 4 times the levels compared to it. I like that all the level ball like descriptions are the same apart from Scarlet and Violet. It goes into like even more detail that is not really necessary. Because first it was said it was to catch lower level Pokemons, which is kind of incorrect. Then it was like basically a switch for most of the games that if you're higher than the Pokemon that you're trying to be catching, or your Pokemon is higher level than what you're catching, is gonna be like more effective. It's kind of a somewhat a different Pokeball that becomes more effective than the lower Pokemon of the lower level of the Pokemon compared to your own. So basically the same thing. Let's just make it have more words for no reason. Lovely. I will say though that I understand like Pokédex entries are fine that they are switching and you know they give you more, I guess, detail and info about how the Pokemon itself is, you know, working. But, like, some items are interesting. I mean, I totally understand, like, if the description doesn't, like, at first seem... or it's, like, confusing to people. Like, I understand that you would be switching the description for it, but switching from basically the same text to a new one is interesting choice to say the least. Do be interesting, do be interesting. But yeah, fling is an interesting move because it was also like in the description that you can be, or if you're using fling with, if you're holding the Pokeball, the level ball, it doesn't work. How it works. I don't know how many times I have ever even used it myself. Maybe like at some point before I like understood what it did, I did have it and it was like, this move is bad. Because I'm not always the one that is using that many held items myself. It's not like I find them useless or anything, it's just like I either forget or I just don't have anything good. And I usually don't like to be using berries. Like, sure, they are useful, but... Are we having something else instead? There we go. I have hydrated again. Oh. Hello. But I gotta still say that one thing that I have always found strange myself is that they added Ultra Beasts on Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Because for me they have always been there because I started with the Ultra games. I haven't played the original ones yet. So for me they have, you know, always been there. It's just like so strange. They like added more. Because for example, for me that I'm so used to that like Paypal exists. It's a completely normal thing for me. But it wasn't always there. And it just feels strange. It's too bad that they are probably never gonna be doing that again, that we will be having like a third version of like sequels or anything along those lines. Then again, I will say that I do be kind of preferring that we would be having DLCs instead. Because why not? It just makes sense, especially nowadays. They will be having DLCs instead. As cool as it would be, you know. I really doubt that it would be happening. Hey, maybe one day. You never know. You never know. Ultra Moon, please. Also, thank you for another snowbird that's just was appearing before me. Did get the random encounter instead. Thank you. Appreciate it. I can even avoid it. Let's go. Wait. Ooh, boy. Another bear chick. Another bear chick indeed. Oh, I can already get an encounter in the other game. Nice. We need to be able to build fences, less decorations on more Pokemon games, so you could be focusing yourself in small areas. You know, not need to be worrying about that. You're staying in the grass. There's only a few situations where that has been a thing. Very few indeed. It's kind of cool. It's a thing for some games. Speaking of that, I really need to be continuing at some point the Soul Silver. Getting the shiny Geodude in Safari Zone. And again, I'm still, even though I haven't done the hunt in such a long time, like I think in a month even, I honestly don't know how long it has been. It has been a while that I'm stuck there right now in the ice path. What am I in? I think like, am I 6k in there? Can be finding them there though. Wrong place. And then there. I'm there 6,430 specifically. So not that much away from hitting the odds then. You know, 1 in 8k game. Not that bad at all. The main one apart from the obvious Delibird because Soul Silver that I would like to be getting from there is the one, the only Jinx. Jinx is a very nice shiny, I love it. Very pretty. It do be one of those Pokemons that would be working in quite a good amount of colors though. Because they could just, you know, switch what color is the dress. So that's like the reason why it would be fitting in quite a good amount of colors. If they wouldn't be going for pulling pink, the obvious answer would be blue because ice type. But pink works as well. It do be. Oh, hello. Once again, a Stone Journal. A beast showing a decent amount today. Do you want to be showing maybe back to back? Unfortunately, no. Sad. Very sad. Also, you know what would have been quite funny if Q-Charm would have been waking? Huh? If Q-Charm would have been working in the way both ways, like, you know, if you have Q-Charm Pokemon in front, you're more likely to be getting the opposite gender. But what if it would have been working the other way around as well? That if in the route or wherever there is a Q-Charm Pokemon, if you have like a female in front, it's more likely that it's gonna be male. What if it would be working like that? Could it be interesting? Working both ways. Doesn't really accomplish anything, I will say that much. But it would certainly be something. Would certainly be something. These stone churners are always interesting to me. They do be. Did you know that Stone Churner is Big Rock Pokemon? No way! The hitting ratio is 50-50 for sure, but it really seems like it's not. Oh. And apparently Stone Churner do be having a signature ability. It's the only ability that Stone Churner has, but it's also a signature one. It's pretty decent. The power of moves by allies of the Pokemon with Power Spot are increased by... or is increased by 30%. It's not the worst thing, but again it's kind of situational because double battles. Would be making sense for it though. Considering what it's based on. I will say one thing that I would be hoping at some point though with Stone Churner is that we would be able to find them in the wild in different like poses, I guess. Not just, you know, standing. I think that could be cool. Such an interesting Pokemon. Love it. Have I ever used it? No. Because the only time that I have played through Sword was when I was doing the switching a random Pokemon for a random type in after like each gym. And then Scarlet was a patch quest. So the 2 times that I could have been using it haven't really been in favor of a Stonejourner. Because I'm quite like... I don't know, Stonejourner I guess could be quite nice for the DLC for Scarlet and Violet. Especially Blueberry Academy. You know, the ability that it has. Quite cool. Would be struggling against one of them type-wise for sure, but ability to be nice. What do you? We shall see, we shall see. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. What if Stonejourner would be in Dynamax Adventures? Could be quite nice and useful. The ability that it has. But maybe it would be too OP there. That's the reason why it's not there. But then again, it wouldn't be the first time that they make a broken Pokemon to be available somewhere, you know. The first time, but I would like to say definitely not the last time. I never... It's gonna be happening again. I see fast encounters though on Mount Lanakila today. Love to see them. Alright, we're gonna be having yet another ad break in about 3 minutes. So we'll be having a break then. Be having a break then, indeed. Probably will be going ahead and stretching myself at least. My legs are a little bit hurting from yesterday because it's exercising. Which is kind of weird that the part that is hurting, because I don't think that I did train that part that much, but anyways. Doobie, what a doobie. A doobie, a snom. How are you doing today? Hope you're having a good day. It's good to hear. Or do a few more or like one, I think one, depending on how fast it goes, and then indeed that break is coming in. Good time once again to be getting something to drink, something to eat. Take a little break, one way or another. I guess squeeze in one more. So we're gonna be having a 3-minute ad break indeed. Oh nice, they did to start almost immediately. Lovely. They need to be waiting like a few minutes for them to be starting. We'll be continuing soon. Let's get running away then. I'm gonna encounter there. Nice. Did you watch the Pokemon Day? Nintendo Present there, or Pokemon Presents? Okay. Do you want to watch it or do you want to hear what happened there? Okay, if you don't want to spoil it, then I'm not gonna be talking about it. I mean, people might be asking about it, but... yeah, if you don't want to be getting spoiled, then I'm not gonna be talking about it. Even though I will say that much that there really isn't that much to be spoiling about. There's only 2 new things that was even announced. Yeah. It do be. It would be indeed. It's quite nice. We'll be getting like at least one guaranteed Pokemon presents per year. There might be another one because there might be more to be announced. But at least it's always gonna be one. No Stone Journal. Because, like, I would like to say last year there was two because of the DLCs for Scarlet and Violet. I wanted to be having a good announcement for those. And I wouldn't be minding if we would be getting twice a year Pokemon presents though. As I said, if nothing else then just, you know, something to be giving like a big place for all the announcements. Even though I will say that for half of the announcements I didn't care about them, but anyways. Nice ones nonetheless. Pokemon Day, yes indeed. The day that Red and Green originally come out on Japan. It's the weird coloring things that I still don't fully understand myself. Why did they do them? But anyways. They could have, in my opinion, just stayed in there. At least they did make Leaf Green, I guess. It would be kind of cool that they have been keeping more or less the red and blue team going about. Yeah. You didn't notice that it's shiny? Yeah, the belly is weird colored. You can confirm it by the belly. I first thought it looked odd, but then I just thought that it was like weird lighting thing. But no, it's shiny. At least in the promotional material. So why wouldn't it be in the game? Yeah, it's not the easiest shiny to be telling apart. But for me, it's the Tommy that is easiest to be checking out. And I will still say that it was kind of unfortunate that half of the time was just basically... Here is updates for games we already have that, like... The ones that I cared about, I already knew, and the other half, I don't care. But it's kind of cool. But if there is nothing big to be announcing, then there is nothing big to be announcing. Yeah, there is other ones that are coming in soon as well. Oh. Snowbird. Yeah, I was thinking that failings would have been making sense to already be in the game. Considering what it's based on. But better late than never. Be adding it in. Now, what did you all learn about Snorlax? I mean, it kind of makes sense. One fun fact that I always hear people talk about Snorlax is that did take him ages to be standing up from, you know, the sprites. But also the thing is that the Snorlax's Japanese name, that it's also said that it's reference to some employee there. That's also what I have heard. But then again, honestly, I think that Snorlax has a bunch of like different vibes that did go together. It was created. But yeah, still, I think it's quite a cool little detail that in Kitakami there is a Snorlax who is blocking a tunnel. You know, the usual way by laying on the ground. You can sneak past it, so it's not like impossible, but it's still a nice one nonetheless. It would be the case that every once in a while Snorlax is blocking your path. It's quite funny that it's like referenced every once in a while, not like every single generation, but every once in a while it's referenced. And I kind of like it that way, that it's not like all the time there. Oh. Another Mr. Mime. Will we be seeing another one of you guys to be having the aura today, though, is the question. Could have been a double Sneasel, I see. I see. pretty impossible to be escaping it now. Maybe I can though. There is the Sneasel. Double Sneasel though, yo. Oh. Not a Sneasel already, eh? Interesting. Very interesting. Back-to-back Sneasels. Jeez. Yeah. I will say that the trading card game for the mobile is kind of cool as well. But yeah, the last announcement was definitely the biggest one, but then again, it is quite usually that the last one is, in quotes, the best one anyways. Yeah, indeed. Pokemon ZA. Or Legends, specifically. As I said a bunch of times, it's a lot better that we get the Z version this way than, you know, and like X and Y bar, in quotes, better. I mean, it's not specifically Pokemon Z though, but we're gonna be getting Zygarde's backstory most likely. But yeah, I haven't personally been playing Kalos games myself, so I don't know how many neat little details I'll be able to notice. But probably still some. But yeah, did you notice probably the most interesting thing about the Pokemon Z or Pokemon Legends ZA though? was at the end. It's not the most subtle, I will say that much. That you should be quite easily be seeing it. If you don't, I'll say it then. Because it's a thing that I haven't heard too many people talk about, which is kind of strange. Strange if you ask me, but it could mean nothing. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't necessarily mean that megas are back. But I just thought that it could be a way that, like, we are kind of creating the split timeline thing. But yeah, that was the subtle thing there that I was talking about. There was the mega logo. Yeah, but I know if they're gonna be back. I know what people are gonna be saying in the next game, that they are disappointed that they are not in that game. Because it's gonna be always a thing. But it really depends on how far back are we gonna be going, though. That are they even gonna be a thing, and is there a split timeline thing that we're gonna be creating ourselves, or what? It could be a thing that there is no alpha Pokemons, there's just mega wild Pokemons. It would be kind of stupid, but would be, I guess, fitting. Considering that, you know, there is supposedly needing to be a connection between the player and the Pokemon, which always makes it interesting why Mega Rayquaza exists. And how. And suppose, and it is said that it's like the first one or whatever. How exactly? Yeah, it would be a pain. Because Arceus was already a pain. Oh no, Mega Rayquaza. But wasn't Mega Rayquaza like starting in the Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire? It doesn't, of course, mean that they couldn't be there, but in my eyes, it just makes it unlikely that the Auras ones would be playing that big of a part. And of course people are wanting more Mega Evolutions. I understand it, but it makes it kind of strange. If they were in the past, why are they no longer a thing? It could be always the thing that the Mega Stone has just lost to time, but at the same time, it doesn't really make that much sense. We shall see, we shall see. It's still a year or so away. I'm definitely gonna be announcing something about it at some point. Because I will say that the trailer doesn't really say that much. Or whatever we did get. It's just, you know, Pikachu going through the city. Cool. That explains the whole game. It's honestly quite a good amount of ways that the story could be going. It could be that we are from the future and we're like in the future, like the Mega Evolutions are like gone so bad that we are trying to be destroying them in the past as well. Or like maybe like that's the reason that some like wouldn't be existing nowadays because we destroyed them or something like that. Yeah. It could be. Be interesting. I just really hope that it's kind of like Legends Arceus that, you know, there is quite a big difference between the noble Pokemon and the alpha Pokemon, even though they're kind of the same thing. They wouldn't be, you know, the exact same. And also, I really hope that in the next Legends game we are not gonna be having the Pokédex thing. Because oh boy, is it sometimes annoying. I guess it really depends on your playstyle. If you're gonna be catching a bunch of things, it's not as bad, but if you're not, it's kind of a pain. Like, you would like to just, like, kind of get rid of them. It's still, like, one of the things that I hear why people don't want to be replaying Legends Arceus, because the dex completion is... Ugh. But one thing I really hope that from like the starters that we're gonna be getting, which I'm assuming that are gonna be getting regional variants, that one of them would be fairy type. I mean, it's kind of the case in Legends Arceus already. We are from the future in Legends Arceus already, so it wouldn't be too surprising. Because from Legends Arceus, we are like, it's like we are coming from like nowadays, you know, the Hishui a set amount of years in the past. So it is in the case that Pokemon timeline isn't confusing already. What is your starter thought? I still hope that Meganium will be getting a fairy one. Would be making sense, but to be fair though, I don't really know how they would be making Empoleon more like Napoleon, because it already is like quite similar to it with all the details and everything. It could be working. It would be quite an obvious pick, though. But it doesn't mean it's impossible. And I also kind of hope that we're gonna be getting, like, another region name, like we did with Hishui. And it's not just gonna be, like, Kalos. Because then it's gonna be confusing. Because, like, I think it's quite a neat way to be getting away from, like, why couldn't this Pokemon evolve into this already? Because, you know, it's technically a different region. Even though it's the same place. Because then, like, if we would be getting, like, starters to be available as, like, Kalos regional forms, then, you know, there is the Nintendo Pokemon Company thing that, well, why couldn't they be evolved into that form then already? Even though it honestly doesn't really matter, if you ask me. But I know that they're probably gonna be doing, like, the region is gonna be having special name. Because then, you know, people can't be questioning things. Even though I really doubt that anyone would. But it's just likely. Bunch of different ways for the things to go indeed. But yeah, I think another good way on is to be picking the starters for the like Legends games is that we would be getting more of the ones that are like single type already. Because I think the Situa was the only one with dual typing. In Legends Arceus, for example. You are actually part of Team Flare. Plot twist of the century. I will say that much, that there wasn't really a villain team, in my opinion, in Legends Arceus. There was just the Misfortune Sisters, and they weren't really a villain team, they were just annoying. Because in Legends Arceus, the team Galactical, whatever my thing it is, like, we were part of each, and it was like a good thing. technically only villain in the post game. And if you like place it like how games work, it wasn't even that long that he was evil. It's like what, for like few cutscenes and like one battle, then like gone. Nowhere to be seen again. Yeah, but I don't think that like evil villain teams are gonna be too big of a part of like Legends games, because if they are set up so much in the past, like logically thinking what really motives they would be having. Because like you can kind of think about it in that way, that usually in small places everyone knows each other and is more or less friends with each other. But then again, it really do be depending on how much in the past are we in. I would like to still say that we're gonna be decent amount of in the past. What if Volo will be in every single Legends game? Somehow. It wouldn't honestly be too surprising. And you know, another thing that would be kind of cool would be to see the other part of the brothers with in the train in Unova. I doubt it, but it would be quite funny. It's honestly so many ways that things can go. Too many even. Quite likely. I would like to say. That's why some people are actually just jokingly saying that it's AZ. Because, you know, AZ. It would be kind of cool. Maybe that way we can actually be getting AZ's flow edge. I doubt it. I kind of like it the way that like it was supposed to be an event, but it never was an event. I don't know, it just seems like a too personalized Pokemon to anyone else to be having. But Floed definitely could be having like a regional variant in there, like how they were in the past. And maybe there in the past there was only like one version, and then you know what happened with Ace's Flow Edge? There was more forms or something. There is a lot of mysteries to some Pokemon regions. Then there is like absolutely nothing to some. I mean, technically the only one that I can really think of is Alola that for me it doesn't seem like there is like anything that interesting happening in the past. And kind of Hoenn as well, because like surely we did get the like more info from the past with the Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, but not that much. What is Chowan of Arc? Could be again a thing that I know, but I just don't know the English name. I mean, I could kind of see that would be a thing because it wasn't like Kalos and the big war wasn't a big thing anyways. Yeah, I can see that. But then I guess it needs to be something that is only female. Maybe? Or it could be that like Ace's Floette is meant to be kind of playing that part as well. Could be. Definitely a possibility. Because you never truly know, because sometimes I will say that some Pokemon are based on quite questionable things. So you never really know that it could be a thing. But it could indeed be like Ace's Floette is already meant to be that. Because it's in the case that Floette is always female. I think as that it is. Yeah. But I don't know. It is always kind of a thing though that it seems like that they have calmed down with more of the questionable Pokemon designs, but then again, one always seems to be sneaking in somehow. That is more on the questionable side. But Pokédex entries go wild always. Can't wait for those in... Can't wait for those in Legends ZA again. If there even is a Pokédex. Surely there is. As I said, I just really hope that it's not like one that you again need to be filling out for. I hope it's not that far in the past. I'm kind of looking forward to them to be most likely using the same engine as in Legends Arceus. I mean, it would make sense because, you know, it's Legends. That they would be making the game using the same engine. Because I will say that Pokemon game-wise, Legends Arceus has been like one of the best ones lately. The only problem that I will say that the game really has is that Pokemons don't really load in like that far away. You need to be quite close to them for them to be loading in. But like, that's about it really. And we also talked about that it would be kind of cool, even though it doesn't make too much sense. Because Legends Arceus didn't have that much of thing with trading. And if you could be trading between the Legends games. I doubt it, but it could be cool. I also really, I said it already on Tuesday, that I really hope that I can be getting the Alpha Gudra hunt done before they come out. But then again, as I said, it's like a year or so away, so I would like to say yes. Because oh no, if I don't. Because I will be hitting odds in about like 4 or 5 streams. But you know, you never know. It will be quite sad. I don't know how much in I would be at that point, because I would like to say that probably at some point again I'm gonna be taking a little bit of a break from it. Not that long, but you know, a little bit of a break. Anything is possible. Getting every single other shiny alpha before it. To be fair, there isn't that many left. It's still a decent amount, but there isn't that many left. We're gonna be having yet another ad break in about a minute or so. The usual 3 minutes, of course. Why do you want Manaphy and Fiona to be on the game? Is there a specific reason for that? Where we leave it for now? Yeah, fair enough. They are very rarely in the games. Hmm? We're continuing soon then. There we go. Nice. But yeah. To be fair though, most of the mythicals are rarely seen anyways. It would be kind of cool to be seeing like Volcanion. That's from Gen 6 the mythical, right? All of Volcanion would be cool to be seeing anyways. I would personally like to be seeing like mythicals in general, still would be nice to be seeing, but unfortunately they are mostly just gifts. Nothing else. Be nice if there would be more times than not available, like actually the way that you can catch them yourself. That's why Pitch Run was quite fun. Because you could yourself be catching it in whatever Pokeball you want. I'm not saying that the Cherry's Ball is bad or anything, but it's always cooler in my opinion to be seeing them in different Pokeballs. Yeah, I do be liking, or I did like it, to be liking it's still the little quest that you did need to be doing to be getting Manaphy and Fiona in Legends Arceus though. Because literally the only way to be knowing about it is if you have played PDSP, which is kind of but it's a cool one nonetheless. A cool one nonetheless. Yeah, they were. There was a bug in PDSP that told that like what Pokemons you need to be getting in there, and then you needed to be going in a specific area at specific time of day, and then you would be unlocking them. I don't remember because Overquill was the one that was like Quillfish with overgrown spikes or something like that. Because, you know, at the time they didn't want to like specifically say the Pokemon's name, but both the Weasel and it's not Manaphy. It's Mantine. Mantine? No? Is Mantine the baby form? It's the baby form anyway, so you need to be having those three in your party and then go under in the coastlands. Like one arc and in sunset time, and you'll be unlocking them. Yeah. It's the way to be unlocking them in that game. It's kind of out of the way, so I understand if no one really talks about them, but it's a cool one. Indeed, in PDSB there was a book. That did tell it. The problem is that I don't know if you can figure it out without the book. Because, of course, I knew about the book myself. So, yeah, I don't know how easy it is. I don't even remember the quest too well. I think the professor does, like, say something about it, though. Or whoever is the purple hair dude with a weird hat thingy. Oh, that dude. I talked to him a bunch of times when I'm hunting Alpha Gudra, but do I remember the name? Absolutely not. Why would I be remembering the dude's name? Yeah. It's a fun little thing. It is kind of unfortunate if it is not like as clear in the game itself, like the explanation, because you need, you know, to be capturing them in order to be getting to check RQs itself. So it's kind of annoying for that. If it's not like well explained in the game. I guess you need to be seeing everything in the Pokédex before RQs for that. You don't need to be getting Shaman or Darkrai. They're the only two that aren't necessary for it, because they are after the dex. Or RQs itself. Which kind of makes sense, because then they are not like requiring you to be... that you have played either PDSB or Sword and Shield, I think was the other game. It was one of the Switch games anyways. Which is, you know, nice that they are not like you have to be you have to have played these games in order to be getting the, in quotes, true ending. That is kind of what you do to be getting Zygarde in Ultra Sun, not the Ultra Sun, the regular Sun and Moon games. It could be a thing. I wouldn't say no to that. Could be. Collecting more Zygardes, shells, or whatever my things they are. It would be kind of cool, honestly, if Zygarde would be like... Indeed, kind of like Miraidon and Koraidon are in your party, but not really. Wouldn't be saying no to that. Just hanging out with you. Money, it would be kind of interesting though to think about that there is... Like, Zygarde is like... one of the only Pokemons, or legendary specifically, that it's kind of confirmed that there is more than one, you know, just in the anime itself. Because, you know, I think there was like two, like, those little ones that were there, at least. It would be kind of cool if you could be riding the 10% form. Oh no, now I figured out how they could be making us to be traveling to the past. Oh no, I don't want it to be a Pokemon in the game. Oh, they combine to get a 100% form? Okay. I really hope that us going to the past doesn't include Hoopa in every shape or form. I don't want a Hoopa. It's just one of those, like, where like it's nowhere ever of a Pokemon, but everyone remembers to hate it. At least it feels like to me. But that technically could be the way, but I don't know if Hoopa has that much of power or not. It could, it could. I mean, isn't the way that you get the legendaries in, at least in auras, that there is the Hooper rings? That's where I'm like kind of like thinking that it could technically be the way. But then again, there always can be the special Hoover that can travel through time. There always be the one special one. Because it's not like it's like strictly like said completely like how did we even get to Hishui from Shino in the first place? But then again, it kind of makes sense because, you know, space and time are a pretty big thing with the box art legendaries. So would be making sense in that. Maybe it's like the plan going wrong kind of situation. A weird version between the distortion world and the like weird like thing between the distortion world and the Shino region is Hishui. Don't know. Because there was like the movie that both Palkia and Dialga they did like create those time portal thingies. To be honest, they could be doing the same thing that they did do for Arceus, that it's just literally the same one from the future. Especially if we are gonna be like fixing something in the past or like preventing something from happening in the past. Because again, Legends Arceus did go that way, that we were kind of ripped from Shino and now we in Hishui. But then, of course, there needs to be the counterpart that suddenly can also be there. But then again, could it just be your imagination? You're imagining that the dudes look this, like, similar to the people you know? Could be. There's many ways. We could be playing as a completely different character. There is definitely going to be, though, like no matter what, are we the player as themselves or not, we are definitely gonna be seeing some form of Gallem and Serena. Like, there is no doubt about that. Like, the amount of references in Legends Arceus. Like, no matter are we the character themselves or do we just see, like, the ancestor or indeed the future version? Or even both? Because that's, you know, a possibility. Is it the past, the future, and the, like, now time? I kind of like the idea if we would be playing though as like completely new characters. Or different at least. As I said, I really hope that there is quite a nice like difference between the two Legends games. Because I don't want them to be like basically the same thing but in different places. It's just would be kind of lame if you ask me. Like, surely there can be, you know, the similarities, but, you know, still that they are feeling like they are different games. Because that's like a little worrying to me personally that it could kind of happen in that way that they feel too similar to each other, because it's the first time really that we are having the series continuing, because usually new Pokemon games are completely different from each other, but you know, they are sharing a title and everything in parts. But yeah, interesting to see though that will be interesting to see though that what is going to be the right Pokemon situation. Is there going to be any even? Because, you know, that could be like... It's not like in Shino slash Hisui there is the Azure Fluid or Celestial Fluid first. That, you know, is like a thing that is controlling things. At least I can't really think of anything. So, yeah. I don't know. It honestly would be kind of cool if it would be like the traveling thing, aka HMs. They would be instead of like you need to be having specific Pokemons, you could use your Pokemons, but they don't like specifically need to be learning to move, but they just need to be like actually be able to do the action, like flying. And stuff along those lines. Or you're gonna be having actually like cars and whatnot. I have heard the sky battles are kind of annoying in a way that if you don't have the correct Pokemon to be fighting with, you can't be fighting in them. Yeah. Do have heard of them indeed. As I said, I haven't personally been playing the Kalos games or anything in Gen 6 anyways. It would be kind of a cool... They just don't make the most amount of sense if you ask me, but could be, could be. Could they this time maybe have like some sort of a platform so you can be battling you with whatever Pokemon instead of only be able to, you know, fight with very specific Pokemons? Because that would be kind of cool. Or if there's gonna be sky battles, you could still battle with them. But if you have like a flying Pokemon, then it would be like actual sky battle. That could be also how it would be working. Otherwise a normal battle, but if it is something that could be a sky battle, then it's a sky battle. Yeah. Have a great rest of the day. Thanks for coming in, indeed. Appreciate it, indeed. And do, of course, what you need to be seeing, yeah. Oh, yeah, understandable. Yeah. It's indeed been quite some time. Oh yeah, the fun thing about the yesterday's exercising was that it was quite difficult to do at times because there was a certain cat in the way. There's a certain cat in the way, so you know, can be hard to be going into places. Thankfully it didn't cause too much trouble. Cat being the cat. Also the amount of times lately that she has been under the thing that I'm not remembering the name of. The blanket, there we go. Planking on the blanket. It's insane. It's probably because it's very varying weather right now, so you know it can be quite warm, quite hot. So that's probably the main reason why. But yeah. We did indeed hit 600 checks today already. Already it has been 4.5 hours more or less of hunting. So that's pretty decent. Decent indeed. I think I will be going as usual to 800 checks if nothing comes up. We're probably doing that indeed.
There we go.
Oh. It's the above snow there. Most likely that was noticing me. Here is another above snow, nice. Now that I think about it, is there any of the other, like, ones that are, you know, randomly, like the overworld ones? And the routes that I would like to be going for? Because as I said, I have accidentally gotten the above snow from here. So on round 1 there is only... I think all of them... In round 1 there is nothing, of course. Round 2, I remember that there is the ones that you get after you have like gone to the lab and whatever. It's those Choodle and the Yamper that do not respawn, but these other ones though, they respawn though. So Choodle and Yamper to be doing that. Oh, they are also one-time things. The Lapras, Shrednoil, and Obstacoon. There's honestly a lot of those ones that are only once in a game. In this game. So nothing on Route 2. I kind of thought that they wouldn't be. Route 3, I know that there is the... Squire, but I'm pretty sure it's shiny locked. At least everyone always says that it is. The Corvisquire appears in version, and it's not there if there is the cutscene that, you know, is the mandatory cutscene. And it's never to be shiny. So know that it can't really be haunted now, can it? Route 4, I know that there's at least one is a... It's not a Dreadnought, it's... It's one of those water archetypes that I'm brought on. I think. It's also one of those ones that once a game things. Any of the ones the game thinks are the ones that. Oh, piglets. It will be respawning. Isn't technically the town because it's not on this list? Always have thought it as the route one myself. It's not impossible, of course, it's just I have personally always seen to be that way. At least you enter it from the route. There we go. Yeah, it doesn't respawn, it's considered to be on the town, okay. Makes sense, makes sense. Then there is the mine carts in the mines. And I would like to see that they are respawning. And I guess they could be considered more or less like wanderers. Yeah, the cargo can be respawning once the player enters the area again. Or leaves the area, I guess, is the way that... Same with the woobats. The woobatch. It's only one of them you can actually encounter. Route 5, there is the Gossifleur. Apparently the Elder Goss might respawn because it's apparently said that it could be respawning if you run away from it or lost to it. I kind of doubt that, but oh. Oh no, it's getting captured, right? No, thank you. Oh no, me first. Thank you. Route 6, I can't really think of anything that would be considered like ones. Well, I guess there could be always... Second. to check them more about the thing keeps crashing. Special Pokemon over the fossils, so yeah, there isn't anything like wondering about. Makes sense. There's honestly already the special Pokemons of the fossils there that you can encounter, so why would there really be anything else like that? Route 7 also doesn't really surprise me, it's a very small place anyways. So that doesn't surprise me that there isn't anything there. Route 8, I think the things that are called failings are considered probably to be wanderers, and I know they are. Oh yeah, then there is Crustal as well. It's Crustal as well. This one's there only. But you need to be getting a 4 ATM if you want that. So nothing too necessary, but still, you know, a nice thing. Do be indeed. Round 9, there is quite a good amount of special Pokemons indeed there. There do, you know, get them on the Gravelox there. And there is also the Glalie. It's in a game as well. And that's... yeah, the Glalies and the bunch of Gravelox that they do be respawning once you, again, come back there. I think there's only 2 in here, I would like to say. The Abomination and the Bear Chick. Would like to say that much. They're also like in the northern part of the place as well. They also do be respawned. There really isn't that many then. I mean, failings is definitely a possibility that I will be hunting for each. Definitely. Maybe Crabalogs, but then again it do be respawning quite a good amount in other places as well, like as a daily spawns. Then... I guess Caracol is one that I could consider. Woobat is a maybe. I don't know really, do I want to be going for it or not? It would be an interesting one for sure. Don't know though, do I specifically want to be going for that Woobat though? It's a lot of interesting ones for sure. And both, like, both the ones on this route are no-goes. Already have the bear chicken. Don't really need another one, and then there is the Abominable Snow that already got a few of those. Gotten that exact one on another file, and I might be finding a shiny Abominable Snow anyways during this hunt. It's quite a possibility indeed. Alright, we shall see, we shall see. Achoo. But yeah, we're gonna be having another ad break in about 4 minutes or so. Indeed. I would like to say maybe an hour and a little bit, and then we'll be at the 800 checks in the maybe an hour and 10 minutes of hunting. Sounds about right, because it's more or less 125 checks in an hour. I mean, it's definitely more, but at least. Today again have been quite nice and lucky with these. So going even better than usual. Let's do a few more checks, and I will be having indeed a break. Yet again, a good time to be getting something to drink, something to eat. Take a break in some form. Hitting the 3 minutes of myself as well, and just chill out. Good to be taking breaks indeed. Do be indeed. There we go. We're leaving it here then. We're continuing indeed in about 3 minutes or so. Hello, cat. And I guess you can come in, aren't you? You're not too much in my way today. Too much at all. Let's get going on then. The cat decided to be going underneath the big bear. Trying to be finding a good place in there. She do be indeed. There we go. Nice. In about 20 minutes or so, it's gonna be fully night time. It'll be fully night time indeed. In galore indeed. What is she trying to do? Don't break anything, please. Oh. Run away, please. Thank you. Yeah. I think I'll indeed be doing the thing. Starting next month, that I will be checking out the whatever is, you know. Do I win anything in PDSP thing? With that lottery thing in there. Or whatever it's called. As I said, I would like to be getting another Master Ball. That would be quite nice. Wouldn't be too bad at all. Worst case scenario, if I really want to be doing a hunt in that game, I can always be, you know, transferring from another game, or trading, I guess. Not transferring, because you can't really transfer them, but trading the Master Ball. Because I would like to say that you can do that. At least in most of the games you can transfer or trade the Master Ball, so why wouldn't it be the case in there as well? So yeah, be doing that indeed if I really want to be hunting. As I said, not completely sure who I want to be starting with, but someone. One of them. Still probably the most likely order is going to be Darkrai, then Shaman, then Arceus. It's gonna be the most likely way indeed. But hey, they'll be waiting there. They'll be waiting there indeed. Of course, the good thing is that I can do it in a bunch of different games. Or I guess save files specifically. To check, you know, if I would really want to. I was thinking at least checking on 2 different files, depending on where one of the game is. I think I should be having from the still. No, do I? I don't know. I think the fighting only I should be having fly already. Quite sure on it. But the reason why I would like to be checking that thing daily with more than one save file is that in most of my save files I really don't have anything. So, you know, it's better that if I would be having more to check, you know? So I'm pretty sure I have at least one Master Ball that I could be transferring in. I think that's the only file that would be that far, because I doubt that the fighting only would be that far. No, the one that I did on the Mischievous in / did do the Safari weekend. It's not at that point, I just am there already because you can get there. So, you know. Oh. Gotcha. Oh, got you. Would still kind of hope that the Capture also would be getting a regional variant or something. It could become ice something else. Don't know what exactly. But it could be kind of cool to be having Capture to be moving into something else as well. I don't mind Beartic as a design. Beartic as a design is quite cool. It is definitely one of those situations that it's a very big difference between the Prevo and the Evolved one, for sure. It's not necessarily a bad thing or anything. I think the only odd part to me is the head shape. Everything else I'm like fine with. But the head shape is odd. But doopy what doopy. I would kind of see Capture to be evolving into something else. You know, maybe into a bear that, or polar bear that would be maybe water ice or ice water that would be, you know, on all fours all the time instead. Not like what Beartic is now. Hello. No. Not yet. Welcome back indeed. I can get the Absol in other games, that's why it's not specifically my target. I just want something in the Mount Lanakila. I can get Absol in quite a good amount of games. It's one of the Pokemon that is in quite a good amount of Pokemon games. But it's just the one that I think I want there the most. Since I did get one Alolan Sandshrew already. Absolutely quite a cool Pokemon. Designed to be very lovely. Just a little misunderstood. Yeah, the Mega is very cool. Love it. It's honestly one of the Megas that I personally like. Because most of the Megas are like, I just don't have really an opinion on. They're like cool. They don't really stand out for me, and then there's the ones that I just don't like. I think there should be like a button or something that appears, but the Pokemon needs to be holding the sea crystal in order for you to be like able to use it. And of course then it needs to be having the same type of move that the sea crystal is for. Or is it the sea move? I will say those Z moves, they are cool. Like the first time you see them, then they are kind of just the same. Yeah, it's not that hard, thankfully, to be using them. They are cool. I don't mind them, it's just... I usually personally like to be having something else as the held item. And I will say also that most of the time you don't really need the C move. The game is in that easy. They're cool. We're really niching for who can be using them sometimes, because there's like some that only specific Pokemon can be using, because it's like literally their name and then the Z crystal thing at the end. So yeah, it's cool, but not that much used myself. I guess like the way that I would personally be seeing Z crystals to be, or Z moves, same thing because you need both, to be useful for me is that if I struggle with the battle and I already know like what I'm struggling with, then I can be equipping the Z crystal to the Pokemon that like I would be using the Z move for. It's not completely useless though. Definitely gonna be making some harder fights a little bit easier. And I will say also one thing about sea crystals as well, that it's kind of annoying that some of them are available so late into the game and you don't necessarily need them at that point anymore. Because mostly you'll be getting them either from the kahunas or from the... Are they totems in that game in those battles? Too many names for like similar things. Because totems and titans are kind of the same thing, both are like bigger than the Pokemon normally is. And they are powerful. Yo. Grabra is cool. Yeah. It's not really needed indeed, but it's a cool thing. I could definitely see it be useful in like actual harder battles, but yeah. Apart from that, don't know really. Yeah. Trade evolutions be like that. And like soon it's gonna be even more impossible to be getting trade evolutions if you don't have two of the same game and two systems. Or same and say you need to be having like a different version. It's goodbye to the online. But yeah, Gedapra is pretty usable even. Like when it's not evolved, because you can like toss an Eviolite. And you know, it's quite nice then. As for example what I did during the Ghost only playthrough on that Ultramoon that I'm hunting on, that I did have Haunter with an Eviolite. Yeah, I don't exactly. Well, I don't know where you get it on Sun and Moon, but I don't remember where I did get it on Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. But of course, like if you want to be doing like other things, like you can be, of course, like giving it like the special attack racing classes, for example, if that's more like usable for you. But Eviolite, if nothing else, is very good. Or like in some situations, Expelled Belt is also cool. But yeah, even though like the Alakazam line or Abra line, I guess, has like gotten the debuffs over the year that it has, it's still like pretty usable even though you can't fully evolve it. Because it's like decent stats what it gets. I'm not that mad at all. Which is always nice. The middle evolution already is like very good. And depending on like how long you know that you're gonna be stuck with it, you can always be tossing the Eviolite. Yeah, it's... I would like to say, in my opinion, it could be just because of the ghost only that I did do. But it seems like the difficulty curve comes in on the third island. Because the first is, you know, first island, so pretty easy. The second island is... second island, it can be difficult, but it's not that bad. But the third one is the one that I started to be struggling in. As I said, definitely could be because I was doing Ghost Only challenge. I'm not saying that that can be the reason, but... Then again, it makes kind of sense if then it would be having like the difficult curve as well. The final island, I will say that much that I don't think that it's too difficult. There is just quite a bit of gap between like big battles. Like quite a big gap between two battles indeed. But then again, it is again quite different though between the Ultra and the regular ones. It's not that much different, but there is difference, definitely. Exactly. That's the reason why so many don't want to be replaying those games. Too many cutscenes. I'm not saying that the story is bad or anything, but you know, on your second playthrough or something like that, you probably either don't care or you already know it. But you would just still like to, you know, play the game. Unfortunately, in Pokemon games, even though there can be the button that, you know, skip the cutscenes and whatever things, or movies, whatever they are called, it doesn't get rid of so many of them still. Like, there is still gonna be, like, quite a good amount of them. It's nice that it's an option. But it would be even nicer if I can be skipping more. I guess the unfortunate through this is that there is quite a good amount of players that, like, in any game, they just don't care about the story, they just want to be playing the game. It just is what it is. Encounters going fast. And again, it's always time. Don't you love leap year? Having one extra day in the year. One extra day a year is cool, I guess. Doesn't really do anything, but it's there. It do be. Yeah, that's why it would be cool to be getting a shiny today, because it is quite a rare day, especially if you're going with actual time, to be getting a shiny, you know, every 4 years or so. Only happening. I guess technically it's not always every 4 year, but every 4 years. But most of the time it is. I think it's like every like 400 years or so that there can be that there is no leap year, because that way we are actually gonna be only losing like very little amount of time. Or like, you know, since, you know, year isn't actually the amount that we are usually having it in. It's an interesting thing. They're always gonna be trying to be getting it so that we're not losing any time. Even though right now it's also like ridiculously small already with the... As I said, I don't remember, is it 400 years? There might not be a leap year. Don't quote me on that. Because I don't remember. But yeah, I will say though, it is quite nice to be having leap years because it's definitely nice that we are having leap years because you know you would be having your summer and winter in so drastically different times if there wouldn't be. Because for us it's strange that summer would be in December, for example. But of course, since Earth works how it works, it's gonna be like summer on the other side of the globe when it's December right now. What do you do? What do you do? Interesting things. And funnily enough, it's quite interesting this time around that the time that we'll be switching cloaks in here at least, because it's not the same at the same. It's not the same day in every place, but it's like the last day of the next month. That is the time that will be getting back to summertime. You never know. How do you know that the globe hasn't already been switched? Nice. I will still say that I think it's so stupid that it's always Samsung and Apple. Apple I can kind of get, but then again it should be like Apple and Android if you ask me, because then it would be like more competition, but anyways. I guess the Samsung is like the other big one, but it do be what it do be. The stupid thing that people argue about, I will say that much. But then again, whenever it isn't a stupid thing that people are arguing about though. I guess I will say that much. Phone is a phone. If I need to be doing... If I need to be able to call someone, I can do it with any phone, you know? Exactly. I don't have either of the bigger brands. I have Xiaomi, which uses Android as the base. That's why I think that it should be like more like Android versus Apple, because the iOS and Android are the only two big things. Apparently, for some reason, if I have heard correctly, Xiaomi can't even like be sold like in here. I don't know why. But if it is the case, it's the case, you know. I don't really care. I just want, you know, a cheap phone that is good. I don't want to be paying thousands on my phone. It's stupid. Yeah. Phones to be cool. I think probably my most expensive phone is, I think, 300 euros. Maybe 400. To be fair though, you know, if you don't have that much money, you don't want to be spending it on phone that much. As I said, it works, it's good. If I can do whatever I want with it, it's good. I'm not saying that I wouldn't be wanting the cool phones. But at the same time, even though I haven't broken this phone for whatever reason, still, even though it has been as lately as yesterday be going flat on screen to the floor, to be fair, there is a rug and I have I have the case that comes a little bit like over the screen, so the screen doesn't necessarily hit the floor. I haven't broken it. I just should be upgrading my phone because it's just old. Yeah, exactly. I think like the TV that we have, like our like main TV on the living room, I think it was originally like 2K or something like that, but it was like on sale for a ridiculous price. So we did get a nice discount, and also we didn't pay for it because it was a gift for my boyfriend's parents. So, like, nice. But yeah, there is like things that definitely are worth it to be buying it that are expensive. TV is a very good example of that. But a phone, I will say no, because as you know, a tech person, more or less, you really need to be like the usual time that you should be having one phone for is like 3 or 4 years, because they are not gonna be updating your phone forever. They want you to buy a new one. And you know, if it doesn't get updates, it's gonna be a risk. So exactly, why would I be spending like ridiculous amount of money on a phone that I should be having only for 3 to 4 years? Yeah, we would. Because I will say that I don't know how old my phone is, but it's pretty old. As I said exactly, I should be getting a new phone because technically it's a risk. Haven't got an update in quite a while. Of course, some necessary ones are gonna be coming through, but like, not that much. But I have always a problem of upgrading to a newer phone is that I hate the period that you are needing to be getting used to it. I hate that. A thing that I have always hated, and probably will always hate. Then again, I know that like one dude did use the same phone for like 10 years. And then like my mother's older brother did use like a flip phone still. Because he didn't need any better. Only thing that he needed was to be able to text and call. Where would he need anything better? Because I will say that much, that he was the kind of person that is really into the old ways. So he doesn't need it, so why bother? It wasn't exactly like flip phone, if I remember correctly, but you know, that era anyways. The very old school ones. But yeah, if you don't need it for anything else, then you know, why not? It does everything you need. I know that there is a thing, at least in here, that are called like literally senior phones. And you know, are meant for the elderly, that, you know, need like bigger text just on the screen than what like normal phones have. And also, again, they don't really have any extra features. And I'm pretty sure my grandma has it. I remember that it was battle for years that she would be getting one because she didn't want to get one because she is stubborn. Very stubborn on that. What do you? I'm trying to remember when I even got my phone. It was over 3 years ago at least. Can it actually be more than 5 years? That's the thing, I guess it can. But yeah, it is quite sad that so many things nowadays have been going to the thing that you need to be getting a new one after like 3 to 4 years, maybe 5. Of course, the reasoning is that more money, but it's a little unfortunate. And I will say that I at least don't want everything to be smart myself. For example, like dishwasher or anything on the laundry side, I don't need them to be smart. Because I will say that much that I never trust that they would be shutting down if there is like something problem, some sort of problem there, like a leakage, for example. And again, I have kind of been taught that if you are using like a dishwasher or anything along those lines, you really shouldn't be leaving it alone. We do like still do it, but like it's one of those things I have been taught that you shouldn't be doing it. I think there was only one big problem that we ever have had so far with our dishwasher, and it was that there was something with like dish soap and like that like did over foam. But apart from that, like nothing else. But then again, I'd rather be safe than sorry with that. Even though to be having insurance and everything, but if it's, you know, not really needed, I'd rather not be doing it. But yeah. Yeah. Nice. The goose. One thing I will say that at one point I wouldn't mind to be getting not every single light, but some lights that they would be smart. Or like you could be controlling them from your phone. Also, I'm gonna leave it there since ad break is starting soon. I mean, still you shouldn't be getting anything. Nice to be taking breaks. So I should have the option on that if you have sub that you're not gonna be getting ads. What do you mean? That I would be having ads on for the subs as well? Yeah, I don't really get it. But I have the option to turn it off. If I want to, I just don't really understand because... Why wouldn't I be having it, you know? Because... I just think that it's one of those things that if you already are paying for it, I think it should be one of those things that you should be able to get rid of. Because I will say that most of the time if I will be subbing to something, it's for that reason. I just don't want ads. I kind of want to squeezing another 100 more. It would be like an hour, a little bit less. Let's see. What happens? Nah, I could eat at some point. I will say that 12 hours isn't that bad. It's just, as I said, I kind of would need to be starting earlier for the reason that at 10 PM in here it starts to be the time that you shouldn't be making that much noise anymore, you know, and let people sleep. I will say, to be honest, there is some people that don't always be following that, and sometimes even a certain dog. because it's alone and or wants to be going to the bathroom, if you know what I mean. But yeah, of course, like, I want to be nice. Even though there has never been complaints, and I think that I'm sometimes loud, but I still don't want to be, you know, the pain in the ass neighbor. There is honestly quite a good amount of people in here that like actually have the same kind of day rhythm that we do, that, you know, do be up late in the night and waking up late in the day. Which is, you know, nice. Jeez, every day. How can they be bothering every single day? I mean, I know it usually doesn't help too much, but have there been any complaints made? Because at least in here you can be filing a complaint. If it's like in the rules of the house, you know? That you shouldn't be making noise between certain hours. How is that legal? Is it... Is it only that you're renting, or can you like buy the apartment? Yeah, how is that allowed? Honestly, if it's renting. Because I will say that much, if you would be doing that in here and they would be finding out, you're gonna be first of all leaving the place, and second of all you're gonna be paying a ridiculous price from it because you have destroyed the place. There was a news story not too long time ago in here that like someone did like absolutely like write all over the walls, and they refused to be paying the fee from it that they are like needing to clean it, and you know the previous dude there needs to be paying for it. Oh gosh. That seems quite loud that you can be making that much noise. Right? I'm just not thinking that 50 decibels is big. Isn't it actually like loud? Jeez. I don't know exactly how it is in here, like what is the actual decibel amount, but I mean, like, my rule of thumb is that if someone else can be hearing clearly what you're speaking, it's too loud. Yeah. Well, first of all, we have rugs everywhere, so that solves like half of the problem. And we are fortunate enough that the half of our apartment is on top of like the storage area, so it doesn't matter how much we would be jumping, in quotes, in those areas. But of course we're not gonna be doing that. But yeah, I don't understand. Thankfully in here we can't really be having that big parties because we technically do and don't have like visitors parking lot or space, you know. Technically we do, but technically we don't. Because there is like 2 spots, I think there's only 2, that don't have like the whatever is that you can be putting your card recharging in. You know, that pole. I don't know what it's called in English, but that thing. And those are like paid places. Because, you know, you can be getting the warmer thing from that. But there is 2 without it, so they are technically, you know, that they are the visitors spots, but they are not marked as one. And there is not a lot of parking space in here. Because the placement of the house, but we did get one, so good enough for us. Because I think there is... Our spot is 8. There is maybe 10 like outside spots for like paid spots, and then I think there is like 6 or something along those lines of like garage spots as well. Not completely sure how many, but there is a decent amount of them as well, so it's technically, in today's standards, it's too little for the amount of apartments that there is. Because there is like closer to 30. But you know, this is an old house, so it doesn't really apply. And the other thing could be because we live in literally city center. Or technically not. But in actuality, yes. We live in the city center. Is, you know, one of those things that you are like a meter away from being part of it. So technically, yeah, technically no. And like this little hill area that if the houses or buildings are around it are technically counted as its own area. Yeah. I can see the city center, or what is considered to be the city center, from the balcony. So yeah. But if we go like what it is like if we would be like drawing the lines, then because of that we are technically not part of it. But we have the same postal code as the city center. It's weird. Like if you would be like drawing the lines, like where do like specifically even smaller areas start in. Technically not part of it, but anyways, I don't care. I will say that much. This was just relatively cheap and big enough. So, you know, that was what all that mattered. Of course, we would like to move out into not that much smaller, but it could be a smaller place, but a cheaper place. But the problem is that this is kind of the best one that, like, there is. Because if we go to the bigger city, it's a bigger city, of course, there's gonna be, like, the prices are gonna be very high. And most of the places that in this city are cheaper or that are available, I mean, they are more expensive because they are like new buildings. So, like, yeah. It is a pricey, especially, you know, since I've been living in here for quite a good amount of years, because, you know, every year it's gonna be raising in price. Apart from 1 year, because certain virus was around. They did do it, but then they retreated it immediately because people were complaining. But yeah. It do be what it do be. And I will say also one thing that this is not the best time of year to be looking for new houses, at least in here. Because the people that have moved in have moved in. And also there is the problem because we have like certain like support things that you can apply for if you just don't have enough money to be paying, you know, rent, whatever thing. They are removing that help from like if you own the place. So the people that can be living in the places that they own, they are moving to rent. So they can be getting the benefits still. So there isn't that many places available for that reason as well. And because of the reason that people are moving for like rent places, they are paying the same exact amount if they would have been keeping the if you own the place, the help there as well. Because so many people are moving to rent places. Yeah, that's quite a hefty one. We're under 1,000 still. So that's nice. Yeah, that's a pretty decent amount. But yeah, our problem also is that we don't want to really move into middle of nowhere as well, because we're visiting my boyfriend's parents fairly often and also grandparents. So if we move into middle of nowhere, what we save from rent, we're basically gonna be just pumping it into the car. So does it really save then? Because it's just like we're just using it in another place. Yeah. Exactly. To be fair though, we use car for basically anything and everything, because as I said before, the clothes store that we have close by, it's so much more expensive that we are saving money if we're gonna be driving to the bigger store. Especially because our car is very efficient with, you know, efficient in that way. It doesn't really burn that much, even though it's a very small tank. What do you mean by e-mobility? We don't have a electric car, if that's what you're asking. Yeah, we don't have electric one. It's like 20 years old, that car. Which is like very good that like it is like it's like 35 or so liters the tank, and we can go with that like in a good month we can go only once filling it in, which is nice. And I think it's like 5.5 or 5.8 D per 100 kilometers, the amount that it eats. But yeah, why not to be buying cheap cars though? Because it's as well like a little bit over €1,000 the car, and hasn't really cost anything to fix so far, which is nice. Yeah, most likely. How so? It's not really guaranteed anything. I was thinking probably continuing this tomorrow. The other situation could be that I could be doing DAs. But I'm thinking that I'll be doing a smaller stream on Saturday for DAs. And then on Sunday I'll be doing a little bit longer one. Saturday, Sunday. Saturday a shorter one because I have things to do. But I can still do like a 3-hour one. And then on Sunday a little bit more. But we shall see. Because I kind of want the Mount Lanakila to be done. Fun thing is that I think that it's quite a good possibility that we might be hitting the next times odds. Fun. Yeah, I usually do the good hunt once a week though. It do be though depending that if I all of a sudden will want to be doing a hunt in other games, then you know, I'll be doing that then. Yes, of course, want to be doing the thing that I want to be doing, you know. What's the point of shiny hunting if it's not what you want to be doing? But yeah, it's not that big of a deal. That don't get, in quotes, a rare shiny. If I don't get one today, that is, because it's a nice thing, but it's more fun in the way that if it actually is that day, you know? Than if I make it to be it. You never know, I could get one in Pogo. Always a possibility. Or in other games if I decide to be hunting anything. Oh yeah, one thing is always fun to be seeing, speaking about the leap day, leap year thing, is that it's fun to see how games handle it. If it's like one of those games that you're gonna be setting your birthday in. Like, how is it gonna be reacting when it's, you know, not actually like a thing in that year? Is it just not gonna be having the birthday thing at all, or is it gonna be day later or day earlier? Because at least from what I have heard from the few people that I know that have actually born in the leap day, that it's usually the case that they celebrate it one day early. But then again, there is a lot of people that just don't celebrate anyways. Each to their own, each to their own. I believe that will be indeed interesting. I don't know why, but I have always kind of thought that Leap Day is interesting. It's not like it's anything that special. It's, as I said, just one extra day per year, or for a year. It's just a cool thing, I guess. Because honestly, leap years kind of always remind me of those, in quotes, trailers for things that are not as big of a thing anymore. They were a big thing like 10 years ago. That like it was like a trailer for a movie or for a game, and it's always like said to be like Impossible Day. You know, as a joke that, you know, people know that it's not actually gonna be ever a thing. Oh. Gotcha. Because there was like one channel that did do like skits that used to be doing them a lot indeed like 10 years ago. They did make indeed like fake trailers. Not really fake trailers, they were just, you know, skits for, you know, trailers and everything. Are always kind of cool to be seeing. It's just, it is one of those situations that it was, you know, a group of friends. Or actually, like, two of them were brothers and one was their friend. That, you know, the brothers are still making the content, but the friend is, you know, living like too far away from for them to be making content. Which is like a thing that I understand, but it is still kind of unfortunate not to be seeing everyone again. And of course it's one of those situations as well that, since, you know, they are more adults now, because I'm pretty sure that they were teenagers when they were doing things, that, you know, that they are not doing as stupid things anymore. And also the thing is as well that I don't think that it will be going too well nowadays in YouTube anymore, because it could be like classified as harmful content. Yeah. But to be honest though, I absolutely hate those channels that are acting like too young to their age, if you know what I mean. That they are trying to be more childlike, because it just feels always so forced. Even though it would be natural, it just always feels forced to me. What do you mean by no blue? White ball of blue? What is that Pokemon? Oh, Zangoose. Yeah. Yeah. Are you using sandwiches or? Just the outbreak. You mean Milotic, right? Yeah, understandable. I mean, outbreaks are pretty good odds. Are you just KOing everything, or what are you doing then, since you're not using sandwiches? Yeah, my logic is quite a pain to be getting. Is it even available in raid dens? Or is it like you have to be trading? Oh, thank you for the follow. Yeah, okay. Seems like a good thing then. Decent odds. Yeah, I don't know, my logic just seems like it could be there. Where would there be a Terra Milotic? I know that there was the Milotic that was part of the story. The second part, where? I don't know where that could be. Somewhere near Lex, thanks. Very helpful. Could it be one of those things that can be switching daily, like... Then, I don't know. You know, the water types is in the water. Shocking. But yeah, I know that there is like some stellar Pokemon that can be like different Pokemons. For example, the Haxorus is like the usual one where like Trico is spawning in. Because it's meant to be, you know, the nature dresser or whatever it's called from the black and... or the, not black and white, but the Unova games anyways. It's only in the second one, but I'm not completely sure. But that can be switching to be like different ones. I remember that it can be Chiffering, but I don't remember what is the other one. It can be also a third one. To be fair though, I will still say that I don't think that I'll ever be able to explore everything in Scarlet and Violet. It's such a big place. So many different elevations in one area. It's insane. But I love it for that though. It just is somewhat of a pain to be going for everything. Oh, hello, Sunshiner. $100 checks today, that's not too bad. Not too bad at all. Be stopping at the next 100 indeed. Will be enough hunting for the day. As I said, most likely gonna be continuing this tomorrow. Or I could be doing DAs, but I would like to say probably this. As I said, I probably will be doing that Saturday for like 3 hours DAs, and then on Sunday some more. But I still do be hoping the best of luck to anyone else that do be hunting indeed. Hopefully you'll be able to find whatever you're looking for or get at least something. Yet another Absol there. Very surprising. Yeah, we're great. Good dinner. Then, thanks for stopping by and have a great rest of the day. I doubt that you can join in before I'll stop for the day. Well, indeed, thanks for stopping by again. Appreciate it. Also, one thing that I just thought of that. Also, if I don't get anything today, and relatively early on tomorrow, I'm gonna be hitting the odds of Darumaka again. I'm gonna be doing that again. Well, it do be like that sometimes. I believe that I'll be able to have a fast face after that. For sure. I'll be able to get a fast face indeed. I don't know, I would like to say that the Darumaka I might not be doing for a little while, probably gonna be continuing again in like the next winter time after the next phase. I probably will be going back to the Galarian Farfetch'd. Would like to say. But it really depends on when is it going to be indeed. It could be, I guess tomorrow, it could be later. But yeah, we shall see, we shall see. But yeah, I would be very glad to be getting another 2-phase in on the Darumaka. Be getting the third phase on the Farfetch'd as well, that would be lovely. Yeah. 10 more encounters to go today. 900 encounters in about, I would like to say, 6.5 hours of actual hunting, maybe 6 hours and 40 minutes. Again, you know, the breaks. And the first 5 minutes of doing absolutely nothing, of course. Yeah, decent. We're decent indeed. Not too bad. Progress is progress at the end of the day. Progress to be progress. Happy about it. Nonetheless. I don't think that we're gonna be seeing Stone Journer today. Darumaka is quite a possibility though, that we'll be still seeing today. Also, again, I'll be, I guess, leaving the capture there if I don't encounter it immediately after I'm running out of this. If that's not the case, you know. Nupture is gonna be there then. It's a Glalie and a Snom. Okay. Interesting. It's a nice progress, Yep. It's gonna indeed be it for today. Thank you for watching and sticking around. As I said, back to this. Also play tomorrow. Quite likely. But have a great rest of the day. Remember to take care of yourselves. Remember to do everything you need to do today. And remember to get enough rest as well. I'll see you guys indeed tomorrow. Most likely. Until then, bye.